Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
Now we're doing commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for East Urban Sluffy.
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Why this computer won't unlock, but I'm using all the buttons and it's not working. We'll fix that in a minute. Good morning, welcome, happy Friday, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for joining me today. We have a day, oh my goodness, do we have a day ahead of us. I want to mix things up. I know we want to jump right into Karen Reed because we've still got Jennifer McCabe on the stand. Turn that down just a tiny. Well, let's just let it end, shall we? Deep breath. Here we go, guys. We're just gonna let that end because today is the day. We had an amazing yesterday. Yesterday was absolutely incredible, and we ended it with a podcast. If you missed the podcast, it was one of my favorite podcasts ever. I love just shooting the breeze with you guys. It's right up there with the recipes you'll take to your grave episode. So it was a lot of fun. So love that. Thank you very much, Thomas. Wonderful friend, amazing podcast partner and host who does all the heavy lifting for that. So thank you very much, Thomas. Also. One of my mods pointed, well, I think it was Mathis, who pointed out that there was a video. He said, hey, you got to watch this. And it came to me via Amber, one of our mods, Amber, who I believe has not slept last night. There's just so much stuff happening in the world that Amber was up all night just keeping up with paperwork and everything else. So she sent me this link this morning, and I'm like, yes, we need to watch that. We really do. But before we watch that, there's a couple things we have to do. Let's see. What? Oh, no. Paula retracted her win. She retracted. She abdicated her throne. Let's see. So now it's going to be... Who was first? Lynn? Boom. There we go. Look at this. Lynn was first in chat this morning. Lynn Taylor, congratulations. Paula was first, but she quit. She left again. Paula, I think you're back now, but you retracted your statement. You can't win with a retracted statement. So Lynn Taylor, congratulations, first in chat. We're going to punish you. I don't know. You think you're like, yay, but no, we're going to punish you with internet ownership, which means that in addition to everything else you had going today, anything that was on your schedule that you thought, oh, this will be fun. It's Friday. I want to get, I'll finally get around to XYZ activities or finally catch up and get some things knocked off the bucket list. Well, that's not going to happen is basically what I'm saying, because now you have to take care of the internet. Like not just for me, but for everybody, the whole internet. It's something we do to punish people who are first in chat, to teach them the lesson that they never want to do that again. Although it doesn't seem to be working, quite honestly. Okay. My computer keeps wanting to connect to the Airbnb Wi-Fi, which which is only a problem in that if they have the right equipment, they can see my computer, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So we're back. Okay, now we're back. That means that Lynn Taylor, thank you very much. First in chat with hi. Congratulations. This goes on your permanent record. If you would like, you can order a copy of your record. Yes, a copy, by just going over to the merchandise page on the YouTube channel. And for the low fee of 50 cents, you can download your own certificate of internet ownership, suitable for framing and or use as a cover sheet on your resume. So that would be great. All right, internet's up, it's working. I'm on the right network. Now my commands are working, so we're good. We have a couple birthdays to celebrate before we kick things off because it's Friday. So I realize we want to rush into Karen Reed, but wait, indulge me a little bit. Okay, first we're going to do birthdays, which we always do. We have a few birthdays. Kevin, Kaylee's, Richard, and Viola all celebrating their birthdays today, so we're going to sing to them. And then after that, we have a little bit of court, a little bit of a judge we want to listen to just for a few minutes, and then we're going to kick off Karen Reed. Is that fair? Is that fair? You guys will indulge me. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. All right, let's properly celebrate Kevin, Kaylee's, Richard, and Viola today by singing happy birthday to them. This is not me singing a longest. As you know, this is the world's largest. I always say longest. Might be longest as well. The world's largest birthday sing-along, and that's because all of you are not just invited, but compelled to participate in this. And you do that best first by warming up with me. Ready? La 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 la. Sounds beautiful. All right. Everyone in places. Feet about shoulder width apart. Stand straight up. Shoulders back. Deep breath. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with that of your neighbors. Here we go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Kevin, Kaylee's, Richard, and Viola. Happy birthday to you. I'm trying to figure out what the other buffer was. Oh, Matthew P. has a birthday, not Kevin. Good thing we have verse 2. We have a birthday for Matthew P. instead of Kevin. So strike Kevin. Here we go. Second verse, just for Matthew. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Matthew P. Happy birthday to you. To everyone who celebrated a birthday today, whether it be Kevin, Kaylee's, Richard, Viola, or Matthew P., or maybe not Kevin, we wish you a very, very happy birthday. Thank you. There are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with, but you've chosen to be here with us. That privilege and pleasure, the honor is not lost on me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can make your day just a little bit better. Hopefully your day can be better by, hopefully before Denny's goes out of business, you go down and get free pancakes. And if you wonder why Denny's is going out of business, I'm not announcing anything or wondering why I said that. You have to watch the podcast last night. Apparently those freebies, they really hit the bottom line on a corporate level. So get your pancakes while you can. Thank you. Have a wonderful birthday. Wonderful birthday. For your birthday, as sort of like my gift to all of you, I bring you a Sov Cit. I bring you a Sov Cit episode. It's Friday. Yesterday we had the amazing court, the drug court, right? That was just, it brought a tear to our eye. It was amazing. We felt like better people having watched it. I felt like I want that judge to be my mom or definitely my judge if I ever need one. Amazing. We're now going to see the flip side of that and find a judge that, that's not afraid to use some of the cursey words, and a defendant who deserves every single word that he gets. So we're going to do this, and while we do this, we're going to prepare for Karen Reed. Karen Reed follows immediately after this. It's a few minutes. It's less than half an hour, guys. It's worth it. It's not Judge Simpson. This is a new one. At least it's new to me. Let's put it that way. This is from this year. I think this is the Honorable Brian Oakley. The Honorable Brian Oakley. So here we go. Let's give it a gander, shall we? Let's see. Are we on? Is this thing live? There we go. Where's my play button? There we go. Judge is waiting to call a case. Dale After 2 weeks in Barbados, I missed my true crime family. Happy to be here this morning. I'm so sorry you had to go to Barbados and tolerate that vacation. Dale, welcome back. Good to have you here.
Still good. Still good read. Those guys came back and they just went back to their lives and sucked it up.
They sucked it up.
It's World War II. They just sucked it up.
You already know this judge has personality.
No, I know. Oh. Yeah.
They're talking about something completely unrelated to the case.
It really was the greatest generation.
Greatest generation. Absolute greatest. All right, you ready, Judge?
All right, appearances for the people versus Frank Mishaw Jr.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P86771.
No, it's not. You have work. So
Yeah,
you're on Friday.
Where's the defendant?
The judge needs to address you, sir. Is that a problem, sir?
Yeah, you're a defendant. Sit at the defendant's chair.
I'm not defendant. I'm sorry.
Judge, if I may try to help explain.
Try.
I'll try. Mr. Michaud is a sovereign citizen, and
No, I object. I'm not a sovereign citizen.
All right, sir, don't speak.
I maybe am not phrasing that correctly.
Don't speak until I ask you to speak.
But there is a difference between Frank Michaud, or I think it is Mr. Michaud's assertion that there is a difference between the natural person, Mr. Frank Michaud, and the sort of legal entity.
I don't recognize that.
And that's what I've prepared Mr. Michaud for that.
Sir, you're a defendant in my courtroom. Either I issue a bench warrant because you haven't appeared, or you come up here and sit in the chair and we proceed.
All right, so you're threatening me to.
Absolutely, I'm threatening you. Either you're here today or you're not. If you're not here today, a bench warrant will issue. If you're here today, I need you in the chair so we can proceed with the proceeding that's scheduled, which is a preliminary exam.
And if I may, I have advised Mr. Michaud that the courts receive objections all the time, or rule objections that are preserved on the record. If he has,
He can appeal me. I'll let you build whatever record you want to build, Mr. Michaud.
Are we on record?
Yes.
Are you on your oath to the Constitution?
Hold on. Are you picking him up? That's one of the reasons I want you up here is there's a microphone here.
I'll speak loud.
Are you picking him up? Yes. Go ahead.
Are you honoring your oath to the Constitution today?
Pardon me?
Are you honoring your oath to the Constitution? You have an oath to the
I didn't swear an oath to the Constitution.
You have.
I took an oath that said I would follow the Constitution.
To not uphold the Constitution?
Yes. Follow the Constitution.
So you are upholding an oath to the Constitution?
Yes.
Thank you. I accept your oath. Thank you. Okay. Now I have.
Sir, get your ass in the chair or leave and I'll issue a bench warrant. You're not running the courtroom. I am. If you want to have an exam today, get your ass in the chair. That's the way it works.
I reserve all my rights.
I would have nothing less.
I reserve all rights.
I reserve my rights.
Now, are you representing yourself today?
I'm presenting myself.
That's not what I asked you. Are you representing yourself, or is this gentleman going to be your lawyer for today's proceeding?
I will be presenting myself today.
may
All right, so that's a no. You don't want him to represent you?
No, for the record, he's not my lawyer. I don't have an attorney. I present myself.
Okay.
Judge, what I've recommended to Mr. Michaud is that he has a jurisdictional argument that he wants to make.
Of course.
And that, pending Your Honor's ruling on that jurisdictional issue, I have prepared to conduct a preliminary exam.
Okay.
And could be, available if he wanted to ask me to do that at the correct time.
So you want to represent yourself for that jurisdictional argument, and if I rule against you, then perhaps you want him to represent you? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's not what you're hearing.
All right, so you don't want him at all under any circumstance?
No, I don't need an attorney for the record. I'm fine.
Okay.
So with that being said.
Well, hold on. You can stick around if you want to, but I'm not going to obligate you to stay.
I understand, Judge. I'm definitely going to stay.
That's fine.
As the defense attorney says, I want to watch this train wreck.
Today.
You have a jurisdictional argument you want to make?
Well, I served notice.
Sir, it's a yes or no. Do you have a jurisdictional argument you'd like to make today?
I have a
yes or no.
Why are you forcing me to say answer?
Because I'm running the courtroom and it's the way I want to do it. Do you have a jurisdictional argument you'd like to make today?
I do, yes.
Then make it. What's your jurisdictional argument?
I'm presenting myself. So I need to know, Article 6 of the Constitution grants me the right to know what jurisdiction is this court operating up under?
State of Michigan.
No, what jurisdiction?
State of Michigan.
Okay, what jurisdiction is the state of
District
Michigan?
courts are legislative courts. That means they're created by statute. The state of Michigan gives me my jurisdiction.
So, okay, is that?
I work under the authority of the state of Michigan.
What is it, under what jurisdiction? There's two different jurisdictions under the Constitution. You have admiralty and common law. So I'll need to know.
This is not admiralty.
What is it?
And it's not common law.
Which
it's
one?
Statutory.
Okay, so it's statutory, that is what, civil?
No.
So what is it?
My jurisdiction is both civil.
I can't defend myself unless I have it on the record. Is it?
My jurisdiction.
It's only two.
Sure, shut up. If you ask me a question, I can't answer while you're talking.
Okay, cool.
My jurisdiction is both civil and criminal as provided by the statutes of the state of Michigan.
Okay, so today, under which one is?
This is a criminal case.
Okay, right. So is that common law or admiralty?
It's statute. It's neither common law or admiralty.
It's one or the other. It don't say statute.
All right, then you can appeal my ruling. My ruling is it's neither admiralty or common law.
So this is you say it's criminal for the record?
Yes.
Okay, and if it's criminal, in order for a crime to exist, there must be an injured party for the record, right?
There must be what?
An injured party.
Yeah, it's the people of the state of Michigan.
All right, so if the people of the state of Michigan, right, where's the sworn statement?
Where's what?
A sworn statement. I have a right to see a sworn statement saying I injured someone.
There's a complaint in the file.
Sworn complaint, signed,
you want to see it?
Affidavit, sworn affidavit?
No, it's not. I don't think it's an affidavit.
Well, okay, so.
You said you wanted a sworn complaint.
From an injured party. Who have I injured for the record?
The state of Michigan.
How can I
are bringing the charges.
How can I injure the
sir,
state?
Sit down. Sit down.
I'm not.
Sit down, or I will hold you in contempt.
Another threat. Wow.
You're probably going to hear more than one.
I see.
All right. I am ruling that I have jurisdiction. You are free to appeal that to the circuit court. Proceed. Do the people have a witness they'd like to call in the exam?
Yes, Judge. The people are prepared to move forward. Just as a quick preliminary matter, we'd request a mutual order of sequestration, with an exception for the OIC.
Right.
That means witnesses can't stay on.
I'm not asking you to talk. Ma'am, are you a possible witness in this case? Okay. All right. And would you mind putting your name on the record, please? Counsel, I want to look at the lady. Would you mind putting your name on the record?
She's a witness. She is a witness.
Sir, you speak again when I haven't asked you to, and you're in contempt. And we'll deal with that first. The reason I need your name is because if you appear somewhere down the road and want to testify, we have to know that today you were in the courtroom. And I can't do that by taking a picture of you, so I'm asking you to state your name.
Your witness, yes.
Sir, you are in contempt of court. That's a $100 fine. Speak again when it's not your turn, and I'll continue to up the ante. Clear? You can speak now. I've asked you a question.
I object.
I don't give a shit if you object. Is it clear what I said? I'm waiting for an answer.
I said I object. What am I supposed to say?
I want to know if you understand you've just been fined $100 for contempt.
I don't understand.
Okay, well, you still owe me $100. Are you going to give me your name?
No, you still out.
That's fine. Thank you.
She stepped out instead of giving her name. She's one of them.
Witness.
Your Honor, the people called Officer Steppen. Oh, I'm sorry. One last quick preliminary matter. Pursuant to 76611D, we'd like to introduce a certified registered of action in regard to this individual being a previously convicted felon.
I object.
Hold on. Have you showed that to him?
I object. I object.
What's your objection, Mr. Michaud?
My objection is that I am here under the guise of a probable cause conference, and I don't know how we're here at a preliminary exam when I did not waive any right to waive a probable cause. This is a
preliminary exam.
This is okay. So right here,
this is the probable cause hearing.
It says.
All right, stop. Right now, the question on the table is, you've objected to admittance of that document. I want to know what your legal objection is.
I'm also objecting.
What is your legal objection?
To not waiving my probable cause hearing.
Denied. That's admitted.
Under what grounds am I denied? Not
because you didn't give me a valid objection.
I object.
You can't just object. You got to explain with the valid objections to the evidence.
That we are having a preliminary exam when I haven't had a probable cause hearing, that I did not.
They're the same thing, Mr. Michaud.
It's still on this.
Mr. Michaud, they're the same thing.
But it's still, I have a right to a probable cause. Am I right or wrong?
Sure, try.
Am I right? Do I have a right to a probable cause?
That's what today is scheduled for.
But today it says preliminary exam. Right here it says probable cause conference. And today is a different date that says a preliminary.
Have you ever had a grilled cheese?
If it was different.
Have you ever had a grilled cheese?
If it was different, why would it have two
separate? Have you ever had a grilled cheese?
I object to any of that. Why would it have two separate columns?
Take him out.
Why would it have two separate columns?
I'm not playing this game with him today. If you think you can get him to shut up long enough so we can have our hearing, we'll do it. But I'm not going to let him try to run my courtroom.
Okay, I'll just be very brief in my one attempt here. I would like to try to explain what I understand Mr. Michaud's objection to be, and what I have also represented to him regarding that objection. Mr. Michaud, I think the court record will reflect, had a probable cause conference first on November 29th and then again on December 20th. I have disclosed, I think I've been very transparent with Mr. Michaud that probable cause conference is a bit of a misleading name, because probable cause conference under the court rules does not require that probable cause be established.
Right.
At the second probable cause conference, Mr. Michaud was caring for a sick relative, so he wasn't able to attend that probable cause conference scheduled December 20th.
Which didn't hurt him at all.
Right. I represented him on that day, and I asked the court to waive his appearance so that he could remain with his family.
Which we did.
I understood to be his wishes. I may now understand differently that I misrepresented him in some way, but my goal was just to be able to conduct a probable cause conference where we were going to find out if there was any offer, whether discovery.
You don't have to tell me what they are. I know what they are.
I know, but I'm just trying to explain.
And I'm trying to explain it to him too, but I'm not going to talk over him.
Right.
And I'm not going to play that crap today.
Right.
So if you want me to explain what's scheduled today versus what was scheduled last time, I'm happy to do that. But you got to be quiet while I'm talking. Clear?
Oh, dude, I hear you.
All right. The last court date that we call a probable cause conference is like a pretrial on a misdemeanor. It gives the parties a chance to discuss the case and see if there's any resolutions prior to the next step. Next step being preliminary exam. At the preliminary exam, the people have to prove to me that there's probable cause to believe that there was a crime and there's reason to believe you were involved. That's what's scheduled today. That is a probable cause hearing. Probable cause conference is just a name that we all came up with instead of saying it's a pretrial for a felony. Do you have any questions based on that?
At what point did I waive it? Because if it's a hearing, or
you didn't
right,
waive it.
So
There's nothing to hold.
Do I have a right to have a probable cause conference?
No.
What?
You can do that right now. Do you want to make a deal with the people?
I want to be able to prepare myself for the probable cause conference.
There's no preparing for a probable cause conference. It's a conversation.
It still takes preparation.
You want a PCC? Go out in the hall and have a PCC with the unrepresented defendant.
Judge, just for the record, there will be no offer at this stage.
There's your PCC. Now, do you want to plead guilty? Do you want to have an exam? And at the exam, he's got to prove to me those two things I just said. Probable cause to believe a crime was committed on this date and reason to believe that you were involved. Do you want to have that hearing so he has to prove his case? Or do you want to waive? That's the other option. You can waive the preliminary exam and we'll take the case directly to circuit court level 2 weeks down the road for an arraignment on information, which I would describe as another pretrial on a felony, where you and the prosecutor can discuss the case, see if there are any offers. That's another option. Would you agree with that assessment, Mr. Sullivan?
I would agree, and I would also just add that Mr. Michaud has made his arguments today, he ruled on his arguments, and that he preserves his right to.
He can appeal them.
As you've already said, at circuit court. And so if he wants to sort of move forward on that defense alone, that, you know, the waiver does not preclude him from
not at all
arguing jurisdiction at the circuit court level. But likewise, if he holds a preliminary exam today, holds the people to their burden, he also maintains the right to, you know, continue his objections to jurisdiction, to appeal the court's orders regarding jurisdiction at that next level, at the circuit court level, assuming that the people are able to prove probable cause today.
Now, do you want to have an exam today?
Well, I wanted to address some, I served the court some notices.
I haven't read any of that because you were represented by counsel.
No, I wasn't. I don't have any contract.
As far as I knew, you were represented by counsel.
Okay, so now you know. And I served the court notices. And I would like to.
First notice, what would you like to put me on notice about?
Well, I served you notice that I requested the criminal bonding information. I requested
criminal what?
Bid bond.
Hold on.
I requested the bid bond, the performance bond. I have an affidavit.
There is no bond.
There are bonds. This is
okay. Listen. You can't tell me something and then just disagree with me. And listen to me, sir. I am not going to let you interrupt me.
Oh, you just interrupt me.
I'm in charge. I get to do shit you don't get to do. It's part of the black robe. Okay, that's just the way it works. My courtroom, I get to decide how it's run. There are no bonds required for me to do what's scheduled today. I've been doing this 25 years. I've never had a bond.
You have a bond.
Okay, I have a bond.
Everyone here has a bond.
Not in any definition I know. So let's get to the point. Do you want an exam today?
No, I really want to address. Okay, so
I'm not addressing any of that crap you got in front of you.
Well, since you say you don't have a bond, can you express that in a via affidavit so I can have a?
It's on the record. Order a transcript. I'm not signing anything for you.
There's so many sound bites.
Also, I want to also address that. I sent a affidavit of fee schedules for violation of any of my rights.
There are no fee schedules.
Well, I gave you notice, and
great. Then you gave me notice. Doesn't change anything. We still scheduled for an exam today.
Yes, just put it on the record that I served you notice. Okay. Also, I served you notice on my power of attorney.
Okay, you said that.
Right, and
move on.
You haven't responded to that, as well as my indemnity bond, which separates me, and I have a private capacity. I am not the artificial person.
I don't recognize any of that.
United States citizen. I am actually identified.
Stop. You can put on notice what you sent the court if you want to make a record of that. But I'm telling you, I don't recognize any of that stuff you're talking about. I don't recognize that you're not really Frank Michaud. Okay, I understand that's what you're trying to argue, but I don't recognize that.
Under what law could you represent, or you can use, tell me that, not just from what you say, because ignorance of the law is no excuse for you or nobody else. So what you're saying just don't mean nothing. I need to have facts.
Okay, well, it does mean, hold on. It does, it should mean something. Because
prove it, please prove it.
Can I prove what?
Prove that I am not that I am the artificial person.
I can prove you're Frank Michaud.
I have full faith and credit.
I can prove.
Okay, so
hold on. You've asked me. I can prove you're Frank Michaud. You know how I can prove that? Because when I called the case and said you either come up here and be Frank Michaud or you leave, you came up here.
And
you proved it for me.
You threatened me.
But if you're not you, the threat means nothing.
It doesn't mean nothing.
Okay.
But you still threatening me, and you're using it under color of law.
Okay, listen.
And plus,
listen to me, Mr. Michaud.
You have.
I've wasted too much time with you. Yes or no?
So,
sir, don't argue with me. Yes or no? Are we doing a preliminary exam today? Yes or no?
I object. I will address.
Answer the question.
I want to address other issues as well.
You're in contempt of court. Put him in jail.
For what?
For contempt of court.
I'm having.
You can appeal that too. Sentence is 30 days.
Boom.
See you in 30 days.
How did the judge do? He's not quite done. We've got a minute.
I object to that. That's
I'm happy to hear your objection.
Due process.
Appeal me. That's why circuit court judges have jobs.
Definitely.
Take him out of here.
On the color of law.
I can give you more than 30 days.
30 days.
I don't think we're going to use you today.
Witnesses.
Have a good day.
Those witnesses. We're not going to.
Good to see you, John.
Property-wise, you want to give your wife, sir?
Hey, Ryan,
Yes, sir.
let me know what the next one is.
Is this okay when I give this to your wife?
Yeah.
Next. How'd you like to be next on this list?
John, ask the wife to come in so he can see his property go to his wife.
Thanks, Judge.
It should be the Jackson.
So the judge makes sure that the property he doesn't want.
Ma'am, would you accept some personal property from your husband, please?
Because he's going to go in the clink for a bit. Bye, honey. Love you. See you in 30 days. It didn't work. The internet was wrong.
Thank you, ma'am.
The internet was wrong. I said Still upset.
Thanks for the attempt, Mr. Sullivan.
Judge, ready for Jackson then?
I'm ready if they are. You got anything else on the docket today? Sure.
Okay, we're gonna leave it right there because we've got to get to Karen Reed today. I will provide, a couple of you asked for this link. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the link to like the video in the raw video, so you can find this judge's channel as well because he's, there's more of this out there. This was, I'm gonna share the exact link with the timestamp. I think it was about 20 minutes we had. Let me back up just a tiny bit. It was right here. I think it was 5:07. Let me play it. Sorry, I've got to play it one more time to see where we're at. No audio.
I didn't swear an oath to the Constitution.
Hang on a little before that. I've got to find the right spot. Just one second.
Versus Frank.
There we go.
All right.
All right. I'm going to put a link that puts you right at the start of this case into the description of the video here today. And then we're going to start with Karen Reed. Thanks for being patient. You guys, I saw that. And first of all, it's Friday. We need to start off with something. I mean, we're already going to have fireworks. But this gets us warmed up for what's happening with Karen Reed. So let's see. Where's my... Give me just a second here. Okay, I put the link in the chat. I think there's a link in the chat. Let me see if I can get it over to. I'll add it to the description here in a second. Studio. Live. There's okay. It takes a minute to get this. It's the wrong computer is the problem. There we go. Okay. It's in the description of the video now. So thanks for those who asked for that. Now let's get going with Karen Reed because we are. I missed a lot in chat. I'm sorry about that, but let's see. Happy Friday! Happy Friday! I feel good. I'm ready for today. Whatever today brings. Let's see what does it bring. I need the counter on.
be seated. Judge, would like the jury?
Well, I understand counsel wants to see me, but can it wait? Can we get started with the testimony? It's already 9:15.
We can with regard to 3 of the 4 issues, but with regard to one of them, it applies to this witness's testimony.
All right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
Is this the right one? Let's see, what day are we on? We're on day 16. While that's going, let me just check to make sure I'm playing the right video. Yep, we're good. I think we're good. There's all our people in court. Spectators present. Tess, we are 1 day behind. Tess, I do apologize for that, but that's how we're running this trial. We're not going to catch up until the very end, assuming the jury deliberates for more than a day. That's when we're going to be caught up. But we are 1 day behind, so we are at the tail end of Jennifer McCabe's testimony. That's what's starting first thing this morning. In real life, Higgins is going to be taking the stand today, or if he might already, but he's going to be a full day witness, I'm sure. He's the BATF agent. So we're 24 hours behind in court-wise, I guess. Well, we're 8 hours behind court-wise. All right. I'm so excited. I love Sov Cit. I love Sov Cit's episodes, especially when the judge handles it the way I think it was right. We might see if Brandy will let us jump on with her for a verdict. That would be really cool if we could join her for that. Thank you, Tess. Thanks for watching with us. We're still watching this for the first time. It looks like a couple new people. The gentleman with the long hair and the suit. I haven't seen him before in the gallery. I believe today is a full day. Right? Let me just check here. Day 16. Yeah, it's a full day today. While they're getting ready, let me just tell you, last night I heard yelling outside my window, like far away, like a couple houses away. Man and woman yelling.
You are unmuted.
Woman yelling at the man first. Couldn't tell what they were saying. Then a while later, the man yelling back. And then I heard a gunshot. Pow! Single shot. And silence. Called the police immediately. They drove by twice. And that was it. And I have no idea what happened. So I was next to the window. My wife was right next to the window. The window was open. My daughter was right next to her window because she has a fan. She likes to have the air blow in from the outside. She was like sitting in a chair reading right next to the window, and scared the daylights out of her. It was so close.
Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
2117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti.
Sorry, I don't need the peach.
Good morning, jurors. So the county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this?
We're going to fix this audio.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
Shall we swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case can reveal the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I did.
We don't know where the shot came from. The shot was outside. The voices were muffled.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I want to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission.
Sure.
Same 10-page document you saw yesterday. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't mean to rush you.
That's okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes.
Exhibit 98 from the record.
Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Are we day 28 in the Daybell trial, or we don't have any trial till Tuesday? Is that right? I think there's no trial till Tuesday. Sidebar, first of the day. No trial till Tuesday. Good. Then I'll be able to just focus and not be distracted. I ran into a friend this morning when I was driving my kids to the early morning school thing, and he knocks on the window. He's like, "Are you following that Daybell trial?" he's following it. Thank you to our wonderful mods already doing great work for us, telling us what's going on. We have there we go. As far as the little video we watched while they're doing sidebar. Yes. Oh, man.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was, in fact, the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, "I hit him," correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
came back to the location at 34 Fairview, and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report, page. Is that the second to the last or third to the last page? It's Lank's report. Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please. Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report, or was that just an excerpt from it, that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him...
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Carrie Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they hope things.
Why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this, Mr. Jackson. The door's open.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. Okay. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally at my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lank's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lank's. It was Carrie Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
That was a very careful answer. If she says, no, I don't remember, then when confronted with it, he can challenge her recollection as she tries to explain it away. But because she says, I know I had a conversation, but I don't know with which trooper, now she gets to see the report.
Take a look at the
refresh her recollection before she answers.
Yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27. You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told... Actually, let me back up for a second. Okay. Was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
Thank you, Jamie. Spicy day. Congrats on the 9 months. Britt Bottoms, congrats on 4 months as well.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Red Solo Cups will
There's a
live
date
forever in
stamp on the
infamy.
bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence.
Right.
But that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right. So if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had, at some point, multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
For some
Is
reason,
this
I don't
what
think
was
she
marked
means
00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That would
yes,
be
that'd be
next.
great. Thank you. I don't think that's what she means. I think she wants to say something else.
Highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you, specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay. Okay.
Can I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, I've made a slight upgrade to the heat index.
May I approach?
Yes.
So we've got this one. Play.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have this one.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to do
Okay.
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa P., you've raised a point here. I believe that the police can get it wrong. Police reports can be wrong.
Okay. First call.
But every
January
police report,
29th, 10:55
the
a.m.
Cellbrite,
Trooper Proctor calls you for a
Life
minute and
360,
17 seconds.
Correct.
Everything?
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then called Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you for 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'd have to look at phone records.
This dependence on records for everything beyond her prepared testimony on direct looks suspicious as well.
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
I was going to say right before their last sidebar ended, of the little video we watched in the morning, I want like 3 sound bites. I'm going to get like stop, stop, stop from the judge. I'm going to get the grilled cheese sandwich line, and I'm in charge. I get to do stuff that you don't get to do. I think those are going to be the 3. Was there anything else we need to add from that video, soundbite wise? Sit down. I don't mind making the sound bites because it gives me a reason to watch it again. I love that clip. I could watch it several times a day. He's approaching because he has new material he wants to present to the witness. And the judge has said every time, yeah, we'll do the black robe one. I think that's part of the I'm in charge, I get to do stuff you don't get to do. It's part of the black robe. That's the whole sound clip. I don't think Karen can hear. I think she's looking at body language right now. But they approach because they have something else they want to present to her that the judge says, I have to rule on everything when it comes up in the moment.
Thank you, Tori.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. They'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th, lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute?
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st, lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds?
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon, lasting about 12 minutes?
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea, I don't want to hold you to a number, you wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room, you had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room. And also, Carrie Roberts was there.
Carrie Roberts was not there.
On the 29th?
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th, no.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? Does that sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs, and then my children started waking up, and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house, that was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote,
Objection,
you
Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's everywhere.
False statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
From Celebrate, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls, yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrate extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrate data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrate data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know, in general, how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mm-hmm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Because you actually Google searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was...
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's so many lies and misconceptions on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
How about?
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
And you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her...
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
That morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it, that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking, at some point, to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
If you could show me it, I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Instead of writing house, you wrote HOS. Hoss long to die in the cold. Turtle Boy's on the record. He's on the record already, just not in the transcript of witness testimony till now.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're...
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Why were we making Jimmy sit downstairs?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Yes. Did you see the actual search phrase?
Yes.
Does that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
99.
May I?
Yes.
She's seething under the surface.
Is that Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
She's just testified that it looks like an accurate Cellbrite report.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason.
Embiggen.
You see this column?
Yes.
Third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. Some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Got her to say it finally.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled them. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Miss McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen, she was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time, no.
You realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
Well, you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
And there's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. My eyes aren't that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant, yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrate will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those 3 searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Let me take this down. Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not your...
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a search.
That's not what I asked you. The one according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
How do we explain that?
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if he addresses this search. I think he has to.
Yes.
Even though I'm sure an expert will explain from
Thank you.
both sides. Back in friendly waters. Let's see how the responses change.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asked some questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location or time or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
She's louder on response now than she was on defense.
You were asked some
More willing
questions
to
about
provide
Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know that, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside?
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text, and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move, or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different place?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time that you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
No.
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn or front walkway or anything else?
No.
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
No.
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
No.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and
Gotten
you
into a
see
fight.
Alexis
She
with
says
his
she's
wife,
never seen them fight.
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area, up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door, out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or an application on your phone. That's where you access Google?
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockomock, is that right?
Objection. Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within, when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then, flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you performed the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you performed the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
No.
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
And what did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection. Yeah, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Oh, feel free to stand up.
We're not bringing elementary school teaching into this. I don't know why. Little spice. Add a little spice to this. Let's add one habanero or one jalapeno. I'm stuck on this Cellbrite. First of all, I'm anxious to hear the expert because there's no doubt the defense has the state has an explanation for this 227. And I listened to what she just said, and it was that I had the window open from before, and I didn't search anything at 227. But if I remember watching the Cellbrite data, the first way it was spelled was different than the one at 6:37. So there was a record at 2:27 with a spelling that wasn't used until 6:48 or 38 or something. How does that get out of sequence in a digital record? Okay, I'm a records guy. I've run Splunk. I know I can do deep data dives and stuff. And this doesn't make sense when a log is kept. It's kept sequentially.
Is when you get that first call.
This is a problem for me for the state.
Correct.
You answer that call, and then the defendant is put on the line. Correct.
Yes.
And so, what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall, and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there, and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone?
Correct.
And there's two other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Carrie on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
Okay. And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection. As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Carrie and I looked at each other, and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected, and you said you got bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's spot, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection. Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at
Sorry
the
about the
time
noise, but I
that
can barely hear
you
it loudly.
are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911, and Karen is screaming hysterically, and then Carrie starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic, so I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, At some point, you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Link asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, are you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection. Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
Yes.
You were also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as, could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection. Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection. Allowed. Okay.
Objection, may we approach? They want to be heard now. Wonder why. Trying to remove some of this noise in the background. I've got to crank the volume up because Lally is so quiet. The judge has to tell him over and over to keep his voice up, but he doesn't. You guys, I'm struggling with this Celebrite. There are two options right now in my head. Either Celebrite is broken. Okay, and if it's broken, we cannot trust anything in it. Right? Because it's literally creating data incorrectly with the wrong timestamp. And basically, its whole job is to show us what actually happened, to show the log. And for those that work in IT, log files show everything. Okay? And they are critical. If you're doing a root cause analysis, you're going to dig through the log files and see what happened, what caused what, where was the first record of something. Either Celebrite is wrong, and I don't think the Celebrite guy is going to get up there and be like, "Oh yeah, sorry, it's a bug in the system. It does that sometimes. It just randomly inserts in people's search history how long to die in the cold at weird hours." It's a Celebrite thing. Not going to happen. Okay, there's no way. Celebrite would be thrown out. Either it's a bug or the search happened. I can't see any other way to get that search there and get it in the log with the timestamp in the order that it is, okay? Because it's the first one in the history with that same time period. Man, we trust Celebrite. It's like the canonical resource that we go to, right? Celebrite's like, yeah, my bad. Sorry, guys, that's on us. Next version. On version 38, we'll fix it, right? That's a bug. It's a funny side note, squirrel moment. When Netscape was a browser, somebody submitted a problem, a bug information, and said, hey, there's a problem with the browser. Can you guys fix it? Just this week, the company fixed it. Just this week, and you say Netscape, that's no longer around. Yeah, the software's changed names between now and then. But they just reported the bug fixed. Let's see, that was text area incorrectly applying rows and columns, horizontal/vertical scroll bar, extra space with overlay scroll bars disabled. The ticket was opened 25 years ago, closed 3 days ago. It's nice to know that that Mozilla Firefox has updated their browser. That was the bug I reported to Greeners. They've got it fixed. They've got it fixed. Yeah, well, we're talking about IT stuff. I thought I'd bring that in. Yeah. We have an issue. We have a credibility issue. I would say that if you ran into somebody and they had been married 15 times, and all 15 times it just didn't work, it ended in divorce. I think, as that person describes the character flaws of each of their spouses, I think at some point you have to look at that and say, maybe it's you, right? I can see 1, 3, 4, that can happen, right? But at 15, maybe you might be the common denominator as to why the marriage didn't work out, right? Here we have a witness who is testifying over and over and over that everybody else gets it wrong, that the police reports are wrong, that the Celebrite is wrong, that people are remembering incorrectly, that that she doesn't provide key information because the question wasn't worded correctly. So the most condemning, most damning information testimony she has to offer in this case, which is I hit him, just wasn't provided because they didn't ask the secret question of, did she say I hit him? And at this point I have to start looking at the witness and saying, maybe it's you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 28th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
When she says, I don't recall, that opens the door for her memory to be refreshed with whatever they need to use. Could be a peanut butter sandwich.
Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up at it.
If I were a lawyer.
Page again, Mr. Lally?
If I were a lawyer, I would do that.
Thank you.
I'd refresh someone's recollection with like milk and cookies. Yeah, I brought you these delicious milk and cookies. Eat up. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
And what did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
And was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met him?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that day, did you meet with other troopers in the state?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone.
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier as far as things to do, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She just deleted some conversations with her kids first.
I'm showing you a document. Again, just ask you to look at it. Look up. And just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi-seek to introduce the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 100.
Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Carrie Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Carrie's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Carrie was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Carrie went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Carrie called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had...
No, I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Carrie, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe.
So John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. I said that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection. The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started...
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
Okay. She said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Wow. Yeah, bring in the fire department.
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called for?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events. and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else will stand.
Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling rally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that day?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening, so he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of pole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever was going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And there are some misspellings in it, correct?
Correct. I also have MS, and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS, and I have, issues with my hands, so I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hockomock?
Objection. Sustained.
That was a smart aleck question.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Concerning statement I hit him. You gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct, although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
All the officers got it wrong.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, etc., around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained, and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
The lo and behold has to go.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that, so.
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
That's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
Okay. All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete your communications with Allie McCabe?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Carrie Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
Objection.
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general, when she said, I told them everything. I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts, so yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words. I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So, do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
Maybe she's just a big fan of horror. Not going to give them everything. Only give her the pages that apply to that. She's going to complain because she doesn't know what happened before or after.
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 pages.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You have that, Emily?
Yes, I do.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying this girl could write a book, or this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the court?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified, did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified, did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming between Carrie and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Miss McCabe, to search for John?
It was, because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34 Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John, correct?
At 34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Miss McCabe. It was 5 minutes ago.
Right. Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to see the words.
Jurors holding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs. All rise. Follow me, jury out.
Jury out. Okay, so this is just break time. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. But we're done with this witness.
In an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
Your Honor, we'd like the ability to stray from within the bounds of professionalism when crossing a witness, so we can really pin him to the wall. Now, you can sense the frustration, Mr. Jackson. Oh my goodness, you can sense the frustration as he's like, yeah, that was really inconvenient. That was really, that was really awful, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Like, oh my goodness, Mr. Jackson, you're losing control there. You're losing control. It looks bad on him when that happens because she, under pressure, yes, she does get a little fiery, but she also has a in control look. But wow, sometimes he's making himself look bad. I said it before, all right. I need to read faster. I need to read faster, Mel. Oh, wow. Wow. What a witness. What a witness. This is, my problem is her discrepancy with so many other reports, with all the police reports that got her testimony wrong, with all her testimony that she did give under oath that's recorded that we know that was right. I don't think she disagreed with any transcription from grand jury. She might have questioned one and said, I don't believe that's what I said. I don't recall. But there's so much that she just says, nope, that wasn't how it went down. They would have made a mistake. Mr. Proctor made a mistake. Mr. Lank made a mistake. The police report is not accurate. Because this is what I said, or this is what I meant, and they understood it incorrectly. When everybody else gets it wrong, but only about what you say, maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. That's. I find her to be incredible, incredible. Not credible. A not credible witness is my problem with her. Little Miss says, but the judge won't let Jackson control her and is admonishing him for adding commentary, but won't let him make her stick to non-narrative answers. The judge, she has been consistent in this, in that she allows witnesses to answer sort of the way they want. First of all, this judge, I don't know if she has any doors on her house, because they would all be open if she does. Doors are opened at the thought of going into the room. The door is opened, and in this, I've never seen a trial where doors are opened so quickly and easily by just skirting around an issue. I've seen other trials. I mean, look at the Zachariah Anderson trial. Look at how we were able to backtrack from the point of no return so many times during that trial. Compare the two; they're very, very different. I haven't seen that benefit of the door being opened being granted to the defense, but that doesn't mean that the judge is not being fair. It just means that the defense is the one that is trying to get into things that the state probably doesn't want to talk about, and when they bring things up, in doing that, it can open doors, and the state can go into things that they were not allowed to talk about because of previous rulings. So the state's opening the doors here. It's possible that the defense has opened the doors here, and the state will possibly open doors during the defense's case. Okay. You know what? Amazing. It would be amazing once this case is all over and the McCabe family can finally talk to each other about this, tell each other what their experience was like on the stand. They're just going to be like, no way, unbelievable, that happened to you? Because I'm sure they're not talking about it now. I don't buy it. I don't buy that they never talked about it. It's And amidst all that, I still say there's a possibility that Karen hit him. I just haven't seen the proof in this case. Could it be that Karen hit him and they saw him on the lawn and said, good, let's leave him. That'll get rid of a problem. Could both be the case? When's the last time you checked X? This morning. I want to hear more about the evidence. I know there's physical evidence testimony coming up. We've obviously got evidence about the taillight that we need to hear a lot more about to understand how it was collected. I want to see the pieces, how it was broken. I mean, that's going to tell me a lot about that. If it was like pulverized into little tiny pieces, then I'm going to have some issues. I'm going to have some issues with what's left. But if it like spider webs out from a single point, maybe that makes a little more sense. I'm at 10% she hit him. They're hiding something. Can't wait for actual facts. Any day now, as we're on day 16, we'd love to get to the facts of the case. Seem to care about John at least more than Karen. Don't think they'd see his body, but leave him, but don't know what caused his death. It's hard to imagine that anyone would see somebody, especially on their own lawn, right? Or on their friend's lawn or family member's lawn, and just be like, let's leave him. That to me is a stretch, right? It just, there's human nature. I think even in people that are pretty mean, I don't see that being like the route everyone took. It's like, someone on the lawn, whatever. He deserved it. Shouldn't have drunk so much. No, it's freezing cold. Everyone wanted to get in out of the cold. The way the Lexus is made, the fender sticks out further than the taillight. If she hit him hard enough to unalive him, wouldn't the fender have damage? Jamie, we need to see a recreation of how the state says this accident went down. I need to see the damage point from the ME on the body, where the impact point was, specifically with the taillight. And if it was a head, I don't know. I mean, if he was crawling on the road I'm just throwing this out there. If he was crawling the road, his head height would be about bumper. He would have to be standing, bent over at the waist for a head impact at the tail light, which is possible. I mean, it could happen. It could have been, jumping, diving. There's a million ways to get his body in the right position to be impacted. But I'm curious about the number of impacts, the type of impacts, the total damage on the body, the total injuries, and specifically those injuries compared to the damage on the car. Because I think they should match up. There should be an apples to apples type comparison you can make with the vehicle and with the injury sustained on his body, especially if it was substantial enough to have thrown his body 8 to 10 feet off the road. Oh, does look like the blogger who was named in the last testimony, Turtle Boy, is back between the red and the black laptops. I think that's him. I think that's Ayden. Was it Ayden or Adrian? Injuries aren't consistent with being hit by a car. Melissa, in my head, I'm thinking, I'm trying to say, is it possible to have both? Is it possible to have him have a head injury that was completely separate from the dog bite? And I think it was a dog bite. I'm like the dog like biting and scratching and pulling at the arm. That makes sense to me at the elbow. What if that happened and he was found, late at night on the lawn, non-responsive, and they found him because the dog got out and bit him and was messing with him, and then they're like, oh crap. I don't know. I'm not trying to make conspiracy theories. I'm just trying to put in my head all the bits of evidence we have and make sense out of them.
You are muted.
Oh, I've been muted. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
I don't know why we're seeing the fan right now, because the judge was literally taking her seat as it happened. I think a snowplow hit him and sent him flying. It seems to me that it's more likely a snowplow than an impact with the taillight. So it goes like this. Either a snowplow, either he was placed there intentionally, or he was struck and then managed to maneuver to that position by himself and laid down. I just, all three of those are more likely in my mind, without seeing more information about damage on the car, than Karen Reed backing straight up and hitting him sideways off the road. Jeep had a snowplow. It did. Was Chloe a retired police dog? I haven't heard that. Did I miss? Was Chloe a police dog? No, Chloe was rescued from Texas. Okay, that makes more sense. I hadn't heard her being a police dog. Yeah, because she when she was rehomed, they contacted the place in Texas, and then that place facilitated the move to, I don't know, where is it, New Jersey? The rehoming in New Jersey. The dog failed the police training. Was she trained? Attempt to train the dog? Vermont. Dogs rehomed in Vermont. Not New Jersey. That would be terrible, right? New Jersey. I only say it would be terrible because you go from Boston to New Jersey. The accents the poor dog has to put up with. The excuse for the rehoming, I think, was the pet attack, which the owner was injured in. Why are we watching this? We literally have a fast forward button. Did we take lunch? I'm going to fast forward and see if we managed to take lunch without knowing it. 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 40, 50. Yep, we think we took lunch. We would have sat here forever. We took a long break, that's for sure. Okay. I'm back. Vicky, yes. I have not tried Streamlabs. I just use StreamYard.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close back.
But I have looked at Streamlabs.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind, so Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Carrie Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
Carrie Roberts is up. We'll find out if she's the talker that Jen McCabe says she is. Carrie Roberts is our witness number 40 in this trial.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now in hand should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30-ish, because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time?
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got there?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him, and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know him?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick was, he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare, they went to preschool, pre-K, and by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school
Yes.
all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey, so they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe, or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you had met her, she got sick, is that right?
Correct.
Eventually she passed away, is that right?
Correct.
And after she passed away, her husband also passed away?
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to his case?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. And I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that, sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
So you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick, so.
Miss Riley, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies. And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what, if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that he dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by, because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. And I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic?
Yes.
And, how would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had sort of socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Go ahead and just ask the record reflect identification identify the witness.
Yes.
Thanks.
Karen stares daggers at every witness that we've seen her on.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. Oakley, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast, so you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting, so we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
I would hope not.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know, I just answered
Ask
it.
this in a different way. As far as, at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call that Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, about what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you were speaking?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Thanks.
Thought we covered that.
So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and
Thank you, Melissa.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was?
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Was she sleeping as well?
What happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night, and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it, so John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time had elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about, and upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called, and I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee. If she's there by herself, I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
And the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations you made with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried, so I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather, and what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital and Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
And do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make the phone call initially to Canton Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking two cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows. So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
With regard to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he got a 50% discount, so we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the Hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
It's like buy
Is
one,
that
get one
someone
free.
that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I've picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was
little black
a blizzard at this point.
Now, just
Not
as far
45
as
pieces?
over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, was that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car?
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again?
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over the Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park?
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
And when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving, and Ms. Reed's in the front passenger seat?
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind?
Correct.
And what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer.
Was Jen driving?
Do you recall what color it was?
Dark gray.
And as far as Ms. Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV.
Do you recall what color that was?
Black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
It's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the coughing. If you could repeat.
I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, but the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house in Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left, to the right, or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry, that's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are two garage doors on the left, on the right, is that correct? You're familiar with this house, you've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there?
Correct.
And as far as, what if anything were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in behind it?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there, you know?
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what, if any, access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, what, if any, rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people that live there as well as people that were visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe, is that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway, video number 154. I'd ask you to just pause that, please. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle with it all.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Positive. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they are.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
Okay, so Jen was
And
driving.
at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage doors?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were with able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mudroom, and take off your shoes and go out of the house?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning and you entered into the mudroom, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video from that.
Does the Ring video just record all night because of the snow?
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
Obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone.
How do you know he had it on his phone?
Because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or...
That's something you did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him, but now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know?
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And now, from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house to take off your shoes. What happened then?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs, and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there, and Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go. He's not in the house.
As far as
He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was at that point?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house sleeping over?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom, so I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for, space?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
And did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage that way.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Ms. McCabe's driveway when you saw it that morning?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
So absent the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit, number 93. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Ms. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds. So you can play from there. Chairman, if you could pause it there. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen from this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Chairman, if you could press play again.
You can see the right section of the taillight has a
And again,
portion
Ms.
knocked
Roberts,
out.
directing your attention up to the screen, you recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just for a moment. Ms. Roberts, I'm going to show you just two photographs. Ask you to just look at those and then finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
Okay. And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will proceed to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sidebar. Is that Deer Park water? Is she drinking Deer Park? I didn't think they had that up there. Okay, impressions on this witness. Carrie Roberts. Very, very calm delivery. Very matter of fact. Doesn't appear to be any shading of the truth. Problems for the defense team. She says that Karen called her up first thing in the morning saying that John was dead before Karen found out that John was dead. Also, a problem that she says he may have been hit by a plow. Not sure. This seems to be very believable testimony for me. So it's interesting. Who called and she said she was dead? Karen called this witness, Carrie Roberts, at 5 o'clock in the morning, saying that John was dead. Karen is not connected by blood or marriage to the Alberts or the McCabes. She seems to have a little bit of a voice of reason as far as handling this and knowing what to do about the search, where to go. Search the house first. He might have been, a couch or fallen asleep in another room. But Karen had already suggested at that point that John was dead. See where this goes. Also, that little testimony about Karen being completely drunk and not remembering what happened. Even saying that she doesn't even remember she left him at the waterfall. And then the testimony from Carrie matches up with Jen McCabe's testimony when she said, no, we saw you drop him off we saw you at the house after the waterfall.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Biggin.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car from the property, correct?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now.
That one's really small. Ooh.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior.
Now it looks more like snow.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
There's also a problem if Karen Reed's saying, hey, cracked my taillights. When did she find out about the cracked taillight?
Look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens then?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And do you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow, so we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street you're talking about, that's B-O-L-I-V-A-R?
Yes.
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
Correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come onto Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Miss McCabe's sister's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
That was a judge sigh. It's been a while since we had one of those.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it from there. I could ask him to stop right there. Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal or consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, do you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom, and she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe? I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regard to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Road, Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Ms. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides, and I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, had you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is that?
The driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
Well, I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
Oh, so it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask us to play on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
You could just press play for a moment. Pause it. Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
With the pointer?
If you could. Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, display for about 6.5 minutes.
drug problem? You run? Huh?
Visuals on the screen again, but just using the laser pointer and direct your attention to those arms.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why that was?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me take you back sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. Oakley. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out, rubbed the snow.
And do you recall you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe?
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And do you recall how his body was positioned as far as how, was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him at that time?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine, but the right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping the I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under him, under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
Did I hit him?
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird, like, electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of, like, overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth-to-mouth and then running around, is the mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent, or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first. Or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as the paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that point?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been open?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you...
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up, I put it in my pocket, and at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
And do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic, or...
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him, they're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him, they're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands, and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door. to her sister's house. And I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand, but next question.
Narrative objection.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Miss McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection. Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going from there?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no, and Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for lunch, okay? All right, jurors will take the luncheon recess. Ms. Roberts, when the jurors will vote, if you can just...
Yep.
Good, if you close and leave your books on your chairs. All rise, jury out.
All rise, jury out. It's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. This is problematic testimony for Karen. You watching? Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? You wanna weigh in? You wanna throw on some headphones and talk?
Okay, you said it's...
Wait.
Oh, waiting.
Gotta wait and see if court's over. Can you hear court? You can't hear court,
I
can
can't
you?
hear
Okay.
court.
Hang on.
That was the judge.
Goodbye.
Judge walked away. Goodbye. All right, so now we're gonna have a little break here, and Mrs. R.A. is in here. You've been watching. Thanks for watching my show.
Yeah, sort of off and on. It's been, but so I didn't get to catch the last of Carrie's testimony, and I'm going to try to be very careful in what I say here. But the whole time that I was listening to Jen McCabe's testimony, there was like this tightness in my chest, this like conscious awareness that I need to play fair. I need to hear what she has to say. I need to give her a fair shot. You know, I was like fighting my own inner response to her to be able to hear her side of it. And when I was listening to Carrie, I just thought, this is easy. I don't have to fight to try to believe this woman.
She comes across very believable.
Yeah.
Of course,
Well,
I said
more
that
than
about
believable.
I said that about Jennifer McCabe.
She comes
on
across as a
direct.
good person, which is a stark. Okay, and I'm done.
Okay, yeah, she. A couple people mentioned. I think Amber mentioned that her emotional response appeared
Genuine.
the most genuine of any we've seen in the trial.
Yes.
Her testimony about key things, specifically,
she was off actually.
On what?
She said that when we walked in, and she said, "Here, I want to show you the rear light," and she said, "What? No, don't show me that. Let's go inside and look for him inside."
Yeah, but
and
then she
was
saw
like,
the video.
Oh,
I said it
my
must have
bad.
happened after.
No,
There's-
that doesn't track. You
So
can't
there's-
say, "Let's go inside and look for him inside," if you've just done it.
There should be another video then. There should be a
Yeah.
video of them coming out and looking at it. Ring should pick that up. But I think there was some Ring video that was deleted, that Karen deleted.
Karen.
Everybody deletes something in this trial. I don't know why. But this witness is believable. The problems I see for Karen are this: that Karen woke her up and saying John's dead. We have both Carrie and her husband having heard that. That she says he was hit by a plow. She knows things that Karen shouldn't know at the time, according to this testimony. Now, do you believe the testimony or not? I think she's giving it in a very believable way.
Yeah.
And I don't get the vibe from her that she's a talker.
No. Oh my gosh. Can I just say, people, you looking for a good friend? Find someone who doesn't talk bad about you.
That was there. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see. Tisha says, I thought her testimony was actually good for Karen.
I thought it was good for Karen. So, okay, here's my take on it. I think that if you're already leaning one way or the other, the testimonies that you hear from this point are going to support your leanings, and that's just normal. And because of the experience that I had listening to the last person testify, I'm leaning. And
we haven't got to the part that Jen McCabe sort of teased in her testimony. This witness at one point told the police that there was another love interest in John's life, I believe, and that Karen was a babysitter with benefits.
Man, she worked so hard to get that in. I have never seen somebody wave a red herring so loudly.
I don't think she would have said that unless we're going to hear something like that from this witness. There's going to be some testimony, and it's going to get into the potential for affairs. And that's, honestly, that's where we start getting into ideas of motive.
Yeah.
Which we haven't had until now.
Correct.
So we're going to hear some testimony about that probably right after lunch. But
yeah, I don't see motive. I'm not sure that I see ability as far as can this particular car hit somebody and have this result to the car? Like, it's like, I don't know.
Speaking of that, his phone was found underneath his body.
So when they're trying to find it,
wasn't it Jen's phone that called
over and over
mm-hmm. like you lost a phone? And that's the idea that the defense put in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But if Jen was looking for the phone, his phone, and called it over and over and over and over at night, it would be very hard to find and very hard to hear if it was under his body on the grass.
And it seemed like Carrie just said that Jen was the one who was like, we should go over to this place. Let's go over to this place. It seems like Jen was the one pushing that.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that even if it was Karen that said, let's go to that house. Because Karen says, I don't remember last night. I thought I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, no, you were we saw you over at the house. You dropped him off over at the house. So she says, then let's go to the house. So as they're going to the house, she's still frantically looking. I don't think either one of them, the other two women in the car, believed that something was wrong. If anything, they're thinking, yeah, he probably crashed at a friend's house. He may have been a poor decision and crashed at some other lady's house. You know, that's probably what was going through their head, giving them the benefit of the doubt.
That's a very large benefit.
And so they're not actively looking, but Karen is. And the whole, she was texting in the back seat, is like that makes her a bad person.
Right, right.
Those sort of comments from both Jen and from Carrie, those seemed
judgmental.
They seemed coordinated. That like she was sitting in the middle, she wouldn't wear her seatbelt, she's texting, she's leaning forward between us. That whole story, that scenario, they've discussed that one way or the other.
Well, there has definitely been some coordination there, and you can see it in the way that people testify.
Yeah, and they should have stopped at the house. I mean, why not? Why would you not stop at the house where you last saw him? And for them to testify that had Karen not said, stop the car, that's him, that they would have kept going. I'm like, that's the place.
Yeah.
This is the spot you would need to search.
He fought so hard for that, and I was like, what's the point? Like that. Yeah, I didn't get that one. Somebody mentioned somewhere in there that it doesn't track that she would be so frantic and have not looked in the house. Now, I will say this. I have misplaced a child before and gotten straight
we may have called
frantic.
The police about.
It wasn't that time.
Okay.
Not that it's happened more than once. No, okay,
Story
it does.
time.
6 kids, guys. It's a part of parenting, and I couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Frantic.
Are you even a parent if you haven't called the police asking for help locating your kids?
But we didn't in this case. I was just looking, and couldn't find, looking all over the neighborhood, looking everywhere, and then guess where they were? Of all the illogical places, they were asleep under their bed. Not on their bed. They'd crawled under their bed and took a nap. And so, I don't know. It is weird that they didn't look at all, but I feel like you can look and not find. That's possible.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. There was a couple other things I wanted to talk about this testimony before we skip lunch, because I'm all up for skipping lunch.
What was problematic? You said this is a problematic testimony for Karen. What stood out to you as problematic?
Okay, I'm looking at this. Carrie and Jen, initially on their testimony, I thought both of them were very believable.
I did not.
I'm waiting for Cross on Carrie to see if she changes. I've got faith in her that she's going to be consistent, and that if she's consistent, that's very problematic for the defense. But there's some things that I know from Jen, from her testimony, that make me question Carrie. Even though Carrie's her own person, she's her own. Her testimony should stand alone. But Jen, the fact that we know that Jen has sort of been gathering information, listening on the stuff, sort of arranging things, being there, going over the timelines, that causes me to doubt this. I wonder if it causes me to think or wonder if Jen sort of controlled Carrie and has shaped Carrie's testimony.
1,000%.
And Carrie being either honest or gullible or
I'd go with gullible.
Has walked right to the trap.
Here we've got somebody who says the one constant thing she's describing her friend as is a talker. She's such a talker. She can't say anything positive about her. And here we have Carrie showing up. I'm like, she's not striking me as anything negative right here. And all you could say about her was negative. That shows me the tenor of their relationship.
Now, Cross is going to be spicy, I'm sure. I think we get to it today. I don't know. But,
sorry, I sort of interrupted you. What else did you want to talk about before the break ended?
Probably food.
Oh.
We do that a lot. We're about. I skipped lunch. Sorry, guys. If you had plans for lunch, you're now eating at the desk because we're going to skip lunch. We're going to continue on. Grilled cheese for all, says Greenas.
So I have a question for chat in general. It seems like Scott and I are pretty clear on which way we lean. After watching these testimonies up to this point, are you changing the way that you lean? Do you feel like, ooh, that is not good for Karen? Or like one of the chatters said, well, I think that actually was good for Karen.
Are you asking chatter about me?
Both. But you can go ahead because it's chat's.
I'm still undecided. It's very possible for me that Karen hit him. Maybe even accidentally. Or most likely accidentally at this point.
Why is it coming up? It seems weird.
The fact, if she did mention, by the way, where's John? By the way, my taillight's cracked.
Yeah. That looks bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are you saying that?
I don't know how you can explain that other than, yes, she did back out and we hit the car, but I didn't see her stop and check afterwards. And maybe she did. Maybe she stopped somewhere else. She would have to testify for us to get that information.
Is she going to testify? Do we know?
I don't know. I think she shouldn't. I think most people should not testify in their own defense.
Okay, but because so much of this this trial is like quasi-trying somebody else, it gets a little tricky that it's like, well, if we can't convict the person who's not on trial, then it must be her. But everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Can she be convicted based on the evidence that has been brought in?
No, there's evidence that her car was parked out front. That's it. There needs to be more, and the taillight was cracked. That's not enough to convict. I don't think that's
okay. Enough. And then also her saying, "Did I hit him?" Because it seems like that.
Honestly,
do you believe she said that?
I believe she said something that involved, could I have hit him, or did I hit him, or I hit him. I believe one of those three is probably something that came out of her mouth. Whether that was her first initial reaction, whether it was a confession, whether she was repeating or trying to clarify something somebody else might have said to her that morning, I don't know. But I think she probably said something about that one way or another. Let me say this. This trial, I know it's a murder trial, but I'm almost more interested in whatever it is the Alberts and McCabes appear to be covering up than what happened to John O'Keefe.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the same thing. It might be, but something needs to be investigated here. I'm curious.
It is interesting to me, and I can explain it away, but it is interesting to me the level of emotional investment that Jen McCabe exhibited in testifying about the death of her friend was like, where's my hand? Can my hand get on screen? It was here. This is the level of her concern over his death, and her concern over the what is happening to her and her family since then is here. It just went off the screen. It's way, way higher. She's way more upset about that. She's way more.
She was horrified.
Oh my goodness,
Horrified.
she's enraged. Now, hang on. I think she should be. And it's more recent, so she's going to be feeling it. And it's personal. So there are several reasons that that her response should be bigger on this. But why couldn't I ever get an RA in my jury pool?
He committed the crime in the wrong state, Ivan.
Yeah, I do think, I've been thinking a lot about how, Scott, you are seeing this, how I'm seeing this, how people in chat are seeing this, how Jen McCabe is seeing this, and how Carrie's seeing this. And it seems like how we see it is more of a reflection of who we are than who they are.
Yeah.
And so that, I think that's very telling when you hear about the different people getting up and testifying.
Sort of a side note, we're not going to delve deep into this, but there have been some interesting developments on Twitter involving this case and some of the media that's following them, some of the personalities that are following them. So
I thought we were going to stay far away from that.
I'm not going to talk about it for those who want to get into it. Go check it out. Make sure you're up to speed. We're not going to cover it here. It's probably going to be covered. Honestly, Brandy will probably cover it in one of her podcasts, maybe the next podcast. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I have a question that occurred to me. There's been a lot of talk about how the town in general, or these guys in particular, do not like John and Karen. How? Because they're outsiders. That's what I've been hearing.
Nobody's come out and said, us versus them when it comes to Canton. But there's a sense of pride when they say how long they've lived in Canton. There's a sense of shame when they say the fact they lived away from Canton for a brief period of time. They're confessing a sin. There's very much I am from Canton. I'm one of the insiders. So
so my question regarding that is, where are John's parents from?
They said where they were. It's about a.
Are they from Canton?
It's a little ways away.
Are they part of the inside?
I don't know
group?
if they're from Canton. But they live a ways away. I don't think it was in Canton.
Would they be considered outsiders?
Yes, they would. I think they would.
Now that's interesting.
I think we have Angela on the phone. Let's see.
Call from Angela.
We do.
Sweet.
Angela, your phone company wanted to tell you thank you. You've personally helped their bottom line and saved them from bankruptcy. How are you doing today?
Well, shame on them. I actually bought a Viber out so I can call for free.
Wonderful. What are we wrong?
So,
Are we wrong on any of our ideas here today?
Actually not. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah.
Because, it's a wild, I agree with you. It's a wild one and it's going to take a while. But, there's a lot of questions still. So I am following with you in the background and live with Brandy. So I'm multitasking like always. So, regarding Carrie Roberts, I do think that she's believable. We'll see how. I think to a degree, there is certain things that are little sketchy. But it has mostly to do because of what Jen McCabe said, But there is, I personally still have more questions because they're still even after Carrie and her side of the things, since she was not at Fairview or the Waterfall bar. So it's kind of different angle to watch at this. And there are still a lot of questions unanswered. I'm not going to say what exactly you still have not finished her testimony.
Okay, so Angela, I have a question. After listening to Jen McCabe, do you feel that Jen McCabe's testimony helped or hurt Karen Reed's case?
Helped, definitely.
Okay, and do you feel that Carrie's testimony helped or hurt Karen's case?
Neutral. I think the jury will compare her testimony to Jen McCabe's testimony because they are identical to, identical, let's just put it that way. There is not a lot that is... so it depends on how jury thinks that Jen did, they will reflect that on Carrie.
So do you think if Carrie is neutral in your mind, does she go a distance toward healing the damage that Jen caused in your mind?
Sorry, didn't hear you. What?
So you said that Carrie's neutral in your mind and Jen was negative in your mind. So because they are so in lockstep with each other, did Carrie's testimony actually, I can't remember the word, remediate or heal your view of Jen's testimony?
It still is bad because she even threw more punches at Jen. Still not gonna say because that comes up. I don't know when exactly that happened, either before or after lunch. But there are I don't know. There is. She said certain things that Jen said that it's like their hearsay was conflicting, so that's gonna play the role how Carrie how jury is Carrie, so that's gonna be most important. Yeah.
Gotcha. Good insight.
Yeah.
What did you call to say, Angela? I'm curious.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So I am bored, and when I'm bored, I do a lot of stupid things. And one of the things I did yesterday, I do not Google how long to dial. Yes, you can. I do Google a lot of stupid things.
At 2:23 in the morning.
How long to die in cold.
Yes.
Yeah. I do. Well, I am a night owl, so I might Google stuff in the middle of the night.
You are.
But yeah. So I started piling up everything we know so far in the case, facts we know so far in the case, and regarding this. If this is a cover-up and conspiracy, there is no way everyone is involved. Just too many people. So I wrote down if and who is involved and how and if they are involved. And we had how many? 40 witnesses?
This is
so
number
far?
40
no?
right now.
I don't know.
40.
Yeah, 40. So I came up with the number of about 14 people that are involved when I boiled it down.
That would have to be involved if this was a conspiracy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good
indirectly or directly.
Exercise. Well, and I think this is, you've hit upon something that's true. You cannot control that many moving pieces. If you're going to pull something like this off, it has to have a core group of people who are in lockstep and who can make everything work within their narrative. That's what was that guy's name?
McCabe?
McCabe.
The super rich guy that got found guilty because the phone call. I can't remember. Anyway, the point is he was a master at doing that he was able to take vast information of people who were not directly involved in what was going bad. And he was able to say, I can work with that. I can bring that into my narrative. I can spin it so that works. And that he was in South Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
You forgot his name too.
In the Low Country.
Yeah, that guy, his name starts with a Mc.
Murdoch.
Murder. It doesn't even start with Mc. Okay, murder.
Anyway, are you ready for us to continue after lunch, or is there something else you want to share?
No, that was everything. I think there was someone who asked me to say yesterday before the day before yesterday. Sorry, to say what I think happened, and I have an idea.
Okay.
Without spoiling, because I was like, Collins did it, but he's too small to punch John. I have another suspect in mind. Let's put it that way. But there is, I think one thing I'm sure that is Karen did not hurt him in any way, physically at least. I think someone else in the house did it. That's gonna be
okay.
Sorry, I'll let you have your say. Thank you, Angela.
Well, we're gonna start after.
Did you want?
No, we're gonna leave it right there because we don't want any spoilers, of course.
No, I'm not gonna spoil. But we know. I mean, we all know the key pieces, like key people. It's one of those 15 people that I'm suspecting.
Gotcha.
14, 15 people.
So my issue.
I'm still on the. Yeah,
my wife wants to cut you off.
14 and 15.
I'm sorry. There's a delay. Sorry.
The 15. I said 14, 15 people because I'm still on the fence about the ME because her report is questionable based on what is publicized online. Yeah.
And the ME does operate underneath the police. It's a police position, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Angela, we'll leave it at that. We're going to begin the afternoon. That was our lunch break. So thank you very much for helping us to get through it. Are you ready for part two?
Didn't Mrs.
Yeah.
Didn't Mrs. R.A. want to say something?
Oh. Yeah, she said stop talking so we can listen to the trial.
No,
but she was saying that to me.
I was thinking that the issues that I'm sort of stuck on are Karen's response, her emotional response to what was going on seems legit. Where everybody else's response, I think it's legit. You can freak out or you can be still in shock. Either of those are legitimate, but when I see everybody else holding still while she's freaking out, it does make them look bad. It makes hers look like the more reasonable response to what was happening in that moment. But against her, I think you said, did I hit him before? That sounds bad. And why are you so concerned that you hit him? Why are you even thinking that you might have hit him? What is that? Yeah. Where's that coming from?
Well, what we don't have is a recording of that conversation. That's why it's so problematic with Carrie saying I picked up the call and Karen said, John's dead, I hit him, or something like that. If that's what happened, nobody planted that idea in her head. Why would she think that? Why would she know that at that point?
Well, if that's accurate, though, I mean, it could have been planted afterward.
That to me means that the defense has to discredit this witness. They have to discredit the witness and probably attack her through Jen. Because Jen, I think, in the eyes of the jury, Jen is as close to the devil as they're ever going to meet.
So I don't know. I question that because the jury is facing John's parents. They are looking across at John's parents.
Oh, but they're practically on her lap. She is right there in front of them.
I know, but I'm saying they're picking up a lot of, I don't know how the jury is responding. I know how chat's responding, how I'm responding, but I can't tell how the jury is responding because I'm not in there, I'm not watching them, and they have a front row seat to John's parents' faces, which are quite expressive.
This is what I'll say. Why I say that about why I think the jury does not like Jen is because the jury is smart. The jury is taking notes. They are observant. They're writing things down. And Jen has contradicted her own statements, has denied saying something that happened just before. The jury knows it's true, okay? And they're like, I actually wrote that down. It's right here. Yes, that did happen. And so they have these situations, and then all the other ones where they don't have the original what happened, she's saying, oh, that police officer was wrong. That was wrong. I didn't say that. He took the report wrong. That police officer's wrong. That digital report, it's a flaw, the bug in the system.
Right.
No, I didn't search then. The log is wrong. At that point, the jury's got to be thinking, who do you think we are? Are we idiots?
Yeah.
I mean, we can see the evidence, and you're telling us, you're looking us right in the eye and saying, no.
Yeah, with full
I don't think
confidence.
they're buying anything. So if the defense can use Jen to attack this witness, because Carrie so far is very likable, especially in contrast to Jen, in my opinion. So if they can use her and say, well, didn't you meet with Jen to get your timeline straight? Didn't you, did you have your interview at Jen's house? What conversations did you have with the McCabes prior to this? I think they need to use that avenue to get at her, because right now she's pretty much, she's squeaky clean.
She is squeaky clean as far as believability goes, but it cannot overrun the reality that Jen typed that query in at 2-something in the morning. I was like, look, this may be Carrie's experience. Maybe her memory has been manipulated. Maybe I don't know, but I cannot get past that her phone did that search at that hour. I'm like, okay, that is a sticking point that there's no getting around.
We'll see. I know there is going to be some testimony about that. It's possible there's an explanation that the state can say, oh, that's not an issue because of this. And they'll need an expert to come in and, for $900 an hour, tell us exactly why we should not be concerned about a 2:37 a.m. search for how's long to die in the cold. But
that was really amazing to me. I just cut you off again. Sorry. But I'm going to say it anyway. That was really amazing to me that when he was leading up and he was like, why did you type it in twice? And she's like, oh, well, I have MS and, my fingers are frozen. I'm like, leave her alone kind of thing. I felt very defensive of her. I was like, man, stop. Just everybody spells stuff wrong. And then he tied it back and he was like, isn't it true that you typed it incorrectly at 2:47 or whatever it was a.m. and you're trying to get the exact spelling? And I was like, oh,
yeah, that was
Matlock moment. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if she. I like that moment, but honestly, I don't think in that moment she's like, oh wait, what was the spelling I used at 2:27 a.m.? I think she probably hit the search button and went back to the last frequent searches as it pre-populates, and she just clicked on that.
Oh, I bet you're right, because her fingers were frozen.
Yeah. Because when you're trying to fix a typo and you click on the search button, it prompts you with, here are things you've searched with before. So I think that could have been what happened.
Yeah. There is one problem with their trying to deny this Google search. FBI confirmed it.
Yes.
FBI expert confirmed it. It did happen in 2:37, so that's one problem.
Will that evidence come in? If so, it's going to be on the defense. It's probably going to be the defense expert they're going to call.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting, and
yeah.
She's very firm on her statements. I never deleted that. I did not delete that. And I'm like, at what point is it better to backpedal? For her, I feel like never. Like there is never a point where she thinks concession is in her best interest.
No, she doesn't give ground at all.
Never.
Zero.
But I mean, when you're up against a wall, it's like you didn't give ground, but you just got crushed. I'm not sure that's a win.
Anyway, all right.
But
Angela,
you know what's the best part about this?
Yes, I'll let you get the final
all
word.
of the McAlberts, all McAlberts are on the defense's list also, so they can be recalled. So that's the best part about all of this. So this might not be the end of the Jen McCabe.
Yeah, but there's so little that this court allows as far as crossing people and letting you compare, but so-and-so said this. The judge has shut down every attempt at the defense ability to challenge one witness with, say, what your husband said, or what your son said, or what your daughter said. And I think that's where all the juicy cross would come in, is if you could try to pit them against each other, but that's not allowed.
But that's the closing. You can absolutely bring that up in closing.
Yeah, and they can talk about all sorts of stuff in closing, but that's not evidence.
Our rescue dog says I should have gone to lunch. I take that personally.
Yeah.
I rescue dogs.
Regarding the judge, I think she is dirty, and there's evidence out there. People have connected her to Alberts, just so you know. So yeah, she might be one of the McCalberts in the rest.
I don't know. She sure let the attorney go for the jugular on Jen McCabe. I was like, how is this legal? Oh
I
my
loved it.
Goodness. I would never let my kids act like that. Never.
Kids can't be judges.
Yeah. Okay.
Angela, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're
good to talk
welcome.
to you.
Good luck with the rest. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh dear. Good luck with the rest.
Good luck. We're going to need the rest of this to have good luck.
Yeah, but I still want to talk.
I could, but I'm just going to slide this slider right here all the way down so you'll hear me, but not you.
Nice.
All right, let's return to court because we've skipped lunch. We only have, we've only got 6:57, 5:15, hour and 45 minutes left. So here we go. Thank you, Mrs. Ari. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, this is your plot. Get off the mic.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Paul.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, and I apologize for this, but just for a moment back to when you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass, and at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow. But I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall or no?
No, it was not a coat.
Now, to take you back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
Objection. No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after she left, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers and things like that, any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point, Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, and we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
Turned
And
down
when
her breathing
her
noise.
husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again?
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were the two of you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first night?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond to that?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature, or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away Chapman and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street, and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call, and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendant, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Erin O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother, and then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number, and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk, and by she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to, where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano, and I spun out, did a complete spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes, that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
John's brother Paul had already arrived, and then we all walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or. So she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again?
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance, asking if I was going to come to the hospital. Then she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party, and Mrs. O'Keefe said, you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, leave her alone, she's been through enough. she called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was it?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as is he dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital?
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer, and then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time sitting in the waiting area, what happened then?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not, it was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, back into a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace, and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm.
Do you recall which arm it was?
His right arm.
Do you recall where on his arm they were?
Like here.
Trying to assess the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off, and Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him, and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
And at some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car, and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you go?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house, and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house, because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, who, if anyone, came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were 2 officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
Do you recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to them?
In the dining room.
And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you when, starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that, if you know?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Ms. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Ms. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
And at some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as the cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're referring to who else's?
Jen's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Link?
Yes.
How do you know him?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, well, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house. My daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Link's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was it after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lang's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house, who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefes were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car, you know?
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
From that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing, or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefes were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from the Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Ms. McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
If I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
Getting ready for cross.
Yara, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
This has been a low sidebar day. Not much sidebarge going on. That is John's mom there in the black and red. His dad was normally sitting next to her, but I haven't seen if he's there yet today. I did pump the volume a little bit. Lally just gets so quiet. And it's just him. I mean, the witness is fine, but... Who's taking care of the kids while this is going on? Wasn't she... The kid was 14? Right? The oldest was 14? Trying to remember. I thought it was 14. That's an age that, as a parent, I personally feel comfortable leaving a kid home alone for a little while, as long as they know what's going on. Let's see. Thrown in Mind says, did you all just hear say a minute ago, someone told them all to sit down and put together a timeline so they don't forget and keep the facts straight while fresh in their memories? Yes, I believe that was Jen McCabe's suggestion.
Sorry, Your Honor, one moment.
I'm curious how that happened. Did Jen McCabe say, remember?
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Uh-oh. Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Oh, thank you.
No questions. What?
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Miss Laura Sullivan to the stand.
No way. I'm astounded. Why would they not? Did she not testify at any other
And
time?
Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's...
So just waive it from it, flag it for me.
Sure.
Thought we were going to get more spice out of her. And she's gone. She's gone. She's done. I mean, the defense can call her in their case, and maybe that might be their plan. But why would you not cross-examine someone when you can lead? Didn't say anything contrary or harmful to the defense. I don't know. I thought Karen calling up saying he's dead, got hit by a snowplow. I thought that was it. And my taillight's broken. Man. We're back. Next witness number 41.
The evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Bold, dressed in white. Oh, I guess there's blue as well. I thought she was all white. But.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
No, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
So this would be a
Now,
kids know each other situation?
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing that?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I
She's
could
really nervous.
turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
Aruba,
And if you
Jamaica.
could explain to the jury
I
sort
wanna
of
take
how often was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people were kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings done?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
She had to have been getting a cut for this.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone a friend of yours that reached out in regard to joining or possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe
regular
to the jury
travel
sort of,
guide.
how did you know John?
travel agent.
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston with, he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
okay.
Stop you there just
Yep.
for a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, they were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And okay?
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was kind of, it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son?
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of, in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term, or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
After you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would have been Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick and Kaylee?
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages go?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going through?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king-size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the roof? So
during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms. For them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where do you know sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each, and Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps-wise, maybe 200. But the hotel it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th, so we went down as a family a day early. And we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early. So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that group?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, we're here, and Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, oh, well, that must be Karen.
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face-to-face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Does the record reflect identification of identified?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, it's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures.
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rents?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall about the dinner, or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers, Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Objection.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike.
Dirty martini, what?
Unless you wanted to see me, Mr. Yannetti. Okay.
This lady, I need to get her number, just because I think she could arrange any travel I have to do much better than I could. She's in the wrong profession. She says she's in HR, but clearly she was a travel agent in the former life. She's got this down. Who ordered in, what order, and what they got. This is phenomenal. This really is phenomenal. But when she thinks, if you look back to the question, they're like, what happened next? And she does this thing with her eyes where her eyes are going ping pong. She might have like a photographic memory. Like she has an image in her head of what happened in an order, and she follows it through, and this happened next. Very, very good attention to detail, and quite believable too. And oh my goodness, the heartbreak she's been through. I mean, I not just her, but this adds to what John went through. John lost his best friend. In addition to, the family he lost, where he suddenly became a parent, taking over parenting for 2 kids. And these families have just been through just awful situations. But a dirty martini, blue cheese, stuffed olives. What is that called? Is there a name for that? Do we have a bartender in the house who can tell us what the short name is for a dirty martini blue cheese stuffed olive? It's just dirty martini. Okay. I don't know. This is why she's good at making travel arrangements. It's gross, says Kevin. It's just dirty martini. That's it. Dirtini. It's a dirtini. Interesting, just a little side bit. I know it's not like unheard of, but they got 2 rooms. Cost was not an issue. They wanted to know how many people to a room, and then got 2 rooms. Karen needed her own room. Ended up being on the other side of the resort than John. So I'm assuming John and the kids in one, Karen in another. She needed her own room that way. Blue Dirtini, is that it? Just a dirty martini. Extra olive juice is extra dirty or filthy, just like I like mine. It's a dirty blues martini. Bartender for 10 years. So Brandy would serve this one up. Just ask for a dirty blues martini, and that's what you'd get what was ordered. I'm guessing we're going to have some more menu items spouted if she remembers everybody what they ordered. Bartenders hate making that stuff. Super labor intensive and annoying. Isn't that what brings the big tips, though? The labor intensive drinks? Oh, Lily. Karen didn't want to be with the kids. Kids in one room and Karen and the husband in another? You leave the kids by themselves? In Aruba? I don't know, maybe the resort is one where that would be okay, but I would hesitate to do that on vacation.
So Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurants, there are drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes,
he's no fun.
Correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any, reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines, and she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the following day, what, if anything, do you recall about the next day being that would have been, I'm sorry, the 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms.
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. Oakley, what, if any, interaction did you have with him that day?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have 2.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Marietta?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening of New Year's Eve?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock, we had our reservations for.
They're trendsetters.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not, no.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number, or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick and Kaylee and your children and everybody else?
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, you think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings, so we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
And is that the top floor as far as this hotel is concerned?
Yes.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed because she didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And Your Honor, in regard, to the instruction that you had requested about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. So, go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said...
Objection.
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out? Objection. Ask me.
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area?
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And do you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation for me?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
Thank you. So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what if anything did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel that we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text, and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure. But I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you this?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom, I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes,
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
he was, yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day that you were there?
They were, yes.
Now, as far as
Did this ruin the whole trip?
you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said, I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
Objection. Move to strike.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed and or the kids come out to the cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the cabana situation or the cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. And I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw John?
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. We had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel, and he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. They ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to the hotel?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, "Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room."
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So, the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, "I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much." And I said, "Well, you're definitely in again for next year." And he said, "Absolutely." And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance, and I said, "Rooms are coming available. Are you in?" And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
I do.
And at some point in that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from...
Objection. I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection. I'll allow it.
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
Objection. I'm here this subject to striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And at some point, did the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text that you got?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you ask, or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
I may have a moment, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Unetti's on cross. Let's see what
Good
happens.
afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
You were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ooh.
Anything, Mr. Larry?
Proctor drove all
Just
the way
briefly,
there.
as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came in?
He was with another trooper,
Okay, and do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
I'd like to buy this lady's memory.
Your next witness, Mr. Larry?
Wish my brain
Yes, Your
were
Honor.
that
The Commonwealth
good.
call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness.
All right, so the spicy possible motive of jealousy, right? Is that what we're seeing? A possible motive of jealousy for Karen Reed. That was witness 41. We're on witness 42. She recalls everything. Rosebud, good to see you. Thanks for popping in. There it is. She recalls everything. Smooth by Unetti. Obviously, the distance. I don't know the distance between the Pembroke and Canton, but apparently it's enough that it's significant. I could probably Google it and find out, but by the time I Google it, you guys will already be telling me the answer. It was a wimpy cross, but really there wasn't much there. I mean, they went on vacation and Karen bought everyone's dinner and then offered to pay for somebody that she, it sounds like made an accusation against that might not have been true. Offered to pay for part of her vacation. So, I mean, these are good character traits that are also being presented in the defendant as well. Okay, we are on to Marietta Sullivan. This is Etta. Etta's going to, I guess, testify as to whether or not something did or didn't happen in Aruba. Beep. We're on life support still. If the beeping stops, we should be concerned. Long sidebar. What was with the judge's admonition to the jury, saying don't pay any attention to this, as far as guilt goes, but this is only used to determine possible motive for the witness, and all the testimony that followed was John, the witness, Laura, and Marietta. Did she give the instruction at the wrong time? Yeah, that was an of course moment. Etta, hey. I think Cross was perfect. They say their client didn't do it. So the only events the night he died are relevant. She was there, not at the bar or at the house. She was not there at the bar or the house. But Proctor went to see her. I mean, look at all the people Proctor didn't see, and look what he did do. So, if we've got just a second, little breaking news of the software for our replay machine just got an update today that enables some of the features that we need for the keyboard, which still has not arrived. So, replay machine is slowly becoming a reality. The software is in place. Now we just need the hardware and one more firmware for the switcher. Long sidebar.
Sullivan, please.
Bringing in the witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let's see if great memories run in the family.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live then?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
And how long have you lived in Plymouth?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing that?
Just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
Hey,
I have two.
Hope you're doing well.
Older, younger?
Both older.
And brother, sister?
Brother and sister.
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister Laura?
We are 10 years apart.
10.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming back?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st, and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is we?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was. I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
And is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well as subsequent occasions?
Yes.
And on the 31st, when you and your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrive on there, when you arrived there at some point in time in the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room, and then following that, where do you go from there?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30, so we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you refer to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. O'Keefe?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time?
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. That's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times, so I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that time?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed, or his girlfriend at that time, wasn't there with him?
No.
Thank you, Keshet. 5 gifted memberships.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep, so most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as a fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so a little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point did you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
And at that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner, going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
First floor.
So lobby's on the first floor, their rooms are on the first floor?
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if anything?
So you have to say, okay.
You just have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby, you walk out, who, if anyone, do you see when you come out?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be the appropriate.
All right, so folks,
Here
I'm
we
going
go.
to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, Your Honor?
And over the
Yes.
same objections.
So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
Okay. And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know that if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby, very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened then?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?"
So why did it just stop? Hang on. We've got to figure out why that just cut out. That's an interesting place to just stop for the day.
And it made me stop in my tracks.
Okay.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened then?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman, and he said, excuse me, he said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister.
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, calm down, that's Laura's little sister, I said, hi, nice to meet you. That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, yeah, fuck you too, and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or what article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification defended by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wow. It's always good to meet friends.
As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to then?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
Excited at her.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend? And she looked at me and said, Karen? And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe them?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my...
Objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see it sidebar quickly.
Okay, so it did get a little spicy there. I think I would say that jealousy was portrayed a little bit. The witness seems to enjoy seeing this. She didn't seem to be holding back at all. I thought she was going to add a little spice when she said, yeah, Karen, you guys like her? Her response I thought was going to have spice in it too, but did not. Thank you, Adam, for passing the milk around. Rinse the soap taste out of our mouths after a little cursey session. Just a regular old hockey conversation. Little pregame warm-up.
Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So, but it's the same one that I already gave you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day of the commandments, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and this week?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
He was.
I'll allow it.
He was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
Did she apologize, and did she pay for the hotel?
Normal, or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild, and he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
Mr. Lally, anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was he alone, or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Okay.
Well, let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
That was the right answer.
As far
she gave the
as-
right answer.
When the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
And who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, and when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, you're all set.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so jurors, we're actually finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day. As you know, we're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Just leave everything here, literally, figuratively. Clear your heads, and we'll see you Friday night. Thank you very much.
See you coming around. All rise, jurors up, please. Jurors, leaving the notebook, follow me.
Jurors, leaving your notebooks, follow me. Karen's talking to her family back there.
may be seated.
Thank you.
Court's still in session.
All right, so hopefully we will start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses, Your Honor.
Okay,
That one
but it
witness,
would be great if we could
Mr. Higgins?
complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I think we can do it.
Okay. Anything I need to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Too long did not read. Cachette, you've got to go back and watch it. It's been spicy the last couple of days. We've had some serious spice. Lots of good stuff. Lots and lots. Just as to give you an idea, as far as the witnesses, if you're familiar with the names, you've been away for a little bit with your work. The McCabes and the Alberts, I think, is something you definitely want to go back and watch, and that starts with day 12. We've got a few Alberts that were in day 9 and 10 and 11. You pretty much have to watch the whole thing. That's it. You have to go back and watch the whole thing. Catch up this weekend. Binge watch 2 times speed. But this is crazy. You'll notice, Cachette, as a lot of us have, that this trial so far seems to be a defense of or a counter to the defense is putting up, which is a third-party culprit defense, saying there was somebody else responsible for this. And most of the trial has focused on that. Most of the trial has talked about all the other people in their life and what they were doing and how they couldn't have done anything and how they weren't involved and where they didn't see him. And so it's sort of funny. It's weird to see that because we're, day 16. We're more than 2 weeks into this trial, court days, almost 3 weeks. And you've got very, very little evidence that actually goes to Karen Reed and the charges she's facing here with murder charges. So that is coming, and I will say I do believe that the evidence coming up is going to continue. Much like today, there will be some evidence that makes Karen look bad, but I think there's going to be more of that, and so we have that to look forward to. Spicy, lots of spice. Probably the spiciest stuff you definitely need to watch, and I'd watch the whole thing of especially, is the cross of Jennifer McCabe. First watch her on direct, then watch her on cross. And we're done. Just like that. Goodbye. Wow. Every trial lawyer knows you saved the real evidence. For after the jury has heard 21 days of sus testimony. We have only fan on the screen, yes. Yes, we do. And the court's done. All right. Major partying. A couple themes you'll hear throughout this trial. Alcohol was a big one. A lot of it. Alcohol and a lot of it. Drinking and driving. Apparently that's just called driving in Boston, in Canton. Lots of people consuming adult beverages and then driving. It just happens. Blood is thicker than water. Family sticks together. That's a theme as well. Digital evidence, manipulating digital evidence. With Jennifer McCabe, the big spice we saw was that she disagrees with a lot of police reports about interviews with her, about what she said. And I realize police reports are not evidence, they're hearsay, but the police got it wrong many times. And now she's saying something that the police say, or at least according to police reports, she didn't say up to this point. Many times, and she even takes issue with the Celebrate report, saying that something on the Celebrate report is wrong. The date stamp and the log is wrong, and it didn't happen. So she has some credibility issues with me. She has none. And maybe that can be restored with a good expert witness from Celebrate. But that's it. So the text was never sent at 2 a.m. It shows up on the report. And the way the logs work, I haven't told you much about this. I used to work with software called Splunk. Okay, Splunk is probably, in my mind, it's the premier software for big data. It's for getting information from any device in any format that keeps a log. Okay, that keeps a record of digital things that occur, whether it be your smart TV lights or your phone or your car or anything else. It can take data from any log in native format and ingest it and be able to take it and piece it together and use it with other data from other things and draw conclusions. Okay, it's super powerful. It's stuff where you can use it to show that that an employee sped to work that day without ever touching their car or looking at the GPS on their phone, but just knowing about times they connected to different computer systems and IP addresses and locations. You can gather data, and it's basically why Google knows so much about you. Okay, so I've got some extensive knowledge about logs and how they work, and either Celebrite is completely worthless as a tool because it's got bugs all over in it, or somebody's lying. Somebody's lying. I just don't know which one it is, but I don't think it's the first. Yes, speeding tickets for cell phone pings. Anyway, Splunk is a lot of fun to play with. Man, if it weren't ridiculously expensive, I'd run it personally on some of my own software and hardware, and just it's so much fun. It is so much fun. Although you have to pay for search heads and ingesting data and doing the searches, it just gets really expensive to extract the data from all those logs. Oop, hiccups. All right. Anything else? I don't know. I don't know what is on the schedule. Let's see. Monday is a holiday. If you missed this morning, go back and watch the little clip that we showed this morning of a little Sov Cit in court. I found another one was sent to me. And we'll see if we can find a clean version of that the other one that was sent to me, which is his second appearance, I believe, in front of a different judge. He's in jail at the time with his arm in a sling. So we'll see if this. See my question to you above this one or up further. Cachette. So Recovery Addict, are you going to review the options by the state after this testimony and before the next witness? Are you going to review the options by the state after this testimony and before the next witness? Define what options. It's a holiday on Monday. It's a holiday, so if we're doing something, it's going to be fun. We might have a police chase or something, or we might not do anything that day. Oh, the motions, not options. If you send them to me, I can take a look. I have not pulled up any documents recently. I haven't pulled anything up since Brian Koberger on Friday. I guess it was after Friday. I'll bring charcuterie. Wonderful. Did the Baldwin judge ever make a ruling yet? As far as throwing the case out, I don't think it's going to happen. But I haven't heard definitively on there. Amber says, hold on, which probably means she's going to call me. Podcast last night is worth a rewatch as well if you haven't seen that. I'd love it if you give that a listen. And the like. If the likes help a ton. I guess I should say that more. But when you like what you watch here, it does really, really help out the channel. YouTube uses that to help other people who are like you find us, and that is something that's very beneficial and fun for everybody. So thanks for the likes. I really appreciate those. Last night was a load of fun. Where's 80s? The 80s. He was here earlier today. Oh, it's in mod chat. Okay. Let me take a quick peek. Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. Commonwealth's notice of discovery. Now comes the Commonwealth in the above. What's the date on this? 5/21. Notice of discovery this week, in the last 3 days. Now comes the Commonwealth in the above captioned matter and indicates that that of this date, the following discovery materials have been provided to the defendant through the defense counsel. Copy of Curriculum Vitae, the CV of Dr. Justin Rice, 1 page. Who only has a 1-page CV? What expert has a 1-page CV? Copy of medical records of Brian Higgins. Copy of enhanced image from Canton Police Department Cruiser 682 camera 1, or 1 video and 2 photos. That's probably going to be the car that showed up at the O'Keefe home. Interesting. Do you have an Alex in chat referring to podcast last night? Any Alexes present? I wonder what Brian Higgins' medical history is for. Brian Higgins is the next witness. When we come back, I believe it will be Tuesday. I don't know. Do we have court? What's the schedule for court? Because the next day Karen Reed has a day of court. We're gonna have what happened today because we have to stay 1 day behind. It's just how we roll. Sorry. Tuesday only next week. Okay, so Tuesday we're going to get a very, very juicy full day of court, and then we have a week of possibly we're going to follow up on our case, our no buts, no ifs, ands, or buts case out of Georgia. If I can edit the pictures enough to cover up all the buts that are shown in the ME's pictures. It's one butt, but it's shown a lot, so. That may be where we go, or we might do something a little different if I'm not able to edit it sufficiently. Anything else you guys want to bring up before we close up shop for the day? It's only 3:15. Got the whole day ahead of us. I've got to figure out what happened in my neighborhood last night with the shooting. Gonna poke around, maybe fly the drone, look for a body in the bushes. Might have a little crime court case here in my own neighborhood. So, yeah, if you missed that story, I told you a little bit about that at the beginning as well, so you'll have to go back and rewatch. Live stream that, please. I can't live stream on a monetized channel from my drone until I get my Part 107 from the FAA. And in North Carolina, if you fly a drone over somebody's personal, like their home, and film it, they can sue you for $10,000 per occurrence. Because apparently, only in North Carolina, there's an expectation of privacy for something you can see from the air. Don't tell that to, Google or anyone else that takes pictures from the sky. Because, anyway, we can crowdsource that. We got you covered. All right. I might fly the drone for sure. It's been a little while. It is a 3-day weekend. We might be here on Monday. I can't make any promises yet. We'll see what's happening. They probably made that law for Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast probably gets away with it, if anything. Roll call on Monday? We could do that if it's a small group. All right. You guys have a absolutely wonderful, wonderful weekend. Please take care of each other. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again next week. Have a great weekend, guys. We'll see you.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Because he's the guy.